Right, check. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Okay. Right then, so where were we? Working on putting leaves into the level using the level editor. Leaves and trees and things. Let's have a look. So we can pick a tree. And right now there's no preview at all of the tree. So we'll work on that, make the tree preview work. So that's when I haven't stamped anything into the level yet. You just you can see what you're about to stamp into the level. So that will be in game board editor. We want the preview for tree simulation, stamp tree simulation, which just calls preview as if it were a normal sprite. Okay, let's see why that isn't working. So the brush that we want to stamp is a tree simulation. And the source file, not the source file, the data path is a texture array. So it's probably get path data. Yeah. So it's just basically returning empty. Okay. So how do we want to do this? So right now, getPath just returns a string view, which is the path. If it's not it's because it's not a texture, it's a texture array now. So it's going to say else if type is equal to texture array. Let's say result is path 0 again. Okay, so that should in theory return. Oh, it's not a texture array that we're getting though. It's not a texture that we're getting here, it's a texture array. So basically this cannot defer to the normal anymore. So it's texture array. And that's texture array. So that's got a load of textures in it. So do we want to draw the entire tree out here? Or do we actually just want to draw some kind of like sprite, tree sprite? Like we probably just want to draw some tree sprite, don't we? So what we could do, you see, is we could say texture array. Texture 0 for now. We'll just check that this code path works. Path 0. So we'll just render out the first texture in the texture array, which I think should be the trunk, the tree trunk, which might be a bit hard to see. So it is there. It's very dark. You can see it. And one of the things is it's not at. So the origin is meant to be, I believe, right at the base of the tree trunk, which that's where the mouse should be. Which is not quite right. Because the origin is based on the original PSD file size. This texture is a bit different. The texture's a different size. So let's just see how we do this actually in the sprite sheet editor. Let's copy this over. So we do need to get a tree simulation out of the brush, I believe. So auto content equals brush, get content, sprite sheet tile content. If not content, return auto free brush content, sorry, get let's just get data. Telesense is not working. Free simulation content data. What's this then? Is it just tree simulation? Yeah, I think that's it. So we have our tree simulation, right? Which is this sim thing here. There we go. So now we can go tree, pick, canvas. So the layers in this case is textures. Texture array textures. So textures is texture array textures. Sim is tree now. Let's actually draw texture in world. So this is textures, trunk index, textures, leaf index, position. I think is P. And Z is, that's just Z. Z. Origin. What is origin then? What do we need origin for? It's the distance away from. So I think it's just that. Oops, not there though. Trunk dot position. Got this scale thing here as well. So if this was draw image in world, got this scale, we might need more, another draw texture in world, which is the same really. Okay. So we need to draw texture in world, which is like the same as this draw image in world. It's these two. Meant both of these. Right, imaging world. Let's do them exactly the same for now. So this is actually texture. Probably should be texture view, really. Don't know if texture has get bounds. So this is texture size. So we only need the width and height from it. Not that kind of size though. Texture width. Texture height. So these image bounds are just texture size. Size is kind of a bad name. Texture dim. Okay. It's kind of the same. Is this scale thing? Oh, it just scales the texture dimensions. Okay, cool. Got imaging world there for the material. I think it probably is imaging world. Yeah. Okay, let's check that builds then. Oh. Member already defined. Ah, look. There's one with origin and one with scale. Let's call this scaled texture in world. Okay. So this is just draw texture in world. And this is draw scaled texture in world. So in theory now, this is doing the same as this. It might be in the wrong position. That's the only problem. Or might not be. So we may want to do this, or we may want to just like draw it as a flat texture because it's only the preview brush. I don't know if we need to actually do a full tree simulation and stuff. I mean, maybe we do. It just means we'd have to store a separate texture for the preview, like the preview texture. In the brush, it'd have to get stored in the brush. Or we could store it in as the preview texture could be the first texture in the texture array. Can also do that. Let's see if it's in the right place. Not quite in the right place. They're in the right place relative to each other. Just draw this so I can see what I'm actually looking at. So all the leaves are in the right place and they are moving. They're just not. The actual whole tree is kind of in the wrong position. Okay. I wonder if we actually need this. Origin might be baked into the actual brush itself. Perhaps. Into these trunk positions and leaf positions. No. Okay. Okay, so this trunk position and leaf position. So these get made here in this line of this area of code. So when we're adding in the bounds, we maybe have, so we need the tile origin. That's surely in world space. So let's have a quick look. What it actually is. So it's like 6 units in X. And the tree simulation's trunk, it says, is 3. So that's where the mouse is, the paintbrush position. That takes it to the bottom left of the actual PSD file. So I'm wondering why that's not working. So it's 7.7 units in negative X, 1.1 in positive Y. So that's the bottom left of it probably needs to be the bottom left of the tile, actually, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, negative 6. So that is the bottom left of the tile. This is this world position from the bottom left of the image. Okay, so we need to subtract this little distance off the world positions when we generate the brush. So say offset is equal to tile.xy, tile world bounds.xy minus well, is it just that? So I just think we need to minus this. So we just need to say auto layer bounds. Translate by minus that. So let's just see if that works. So that makes it just relative to the tile instead of the bottom left corner of the image, the PSD image itself. There we go. So let's just draw again some ground so I can see what I'm doing. I actually save that into the level. So we need the Z bias to go up a bit just so we're not behind the ground. So that's good. And then if I go and open up the sprite sheet tile and I move the origin to like the top of the tree, save it. It's take a while to save the tree. Actually, a very long time to save the tree. There we go, it's at the top now. I don't think I'm going to work on performance of saving the brushes until I've got my new computer in, because that might be fine on my new computer. And this is a debug build. Okay, so I'll just put that back down there. So now we need to be able to stamp a tree into the level. It takes probably like 10 seconds to save this tree. Maybe we do a little bit of work on the performance. So if I press the left mouse now, it doesn't stamp it. It doesn't even add anything in actually. So I can tell because that is not becoming out of date. So we'll just save where we are. So this is where we actually do the stamp. We are stamping, we are doing a stamp. Let's just check. There's nothing actually. I don't think there should be anything in there. Oh, it is. There is a tree simulation in there. So let's just delete this and then just put just a tree simulation in there. So I'll add in a new layer. 3. And then literally just put the tree in right there, close to 0, 0 as I can. We'll save it. So it does save in the tree simulation at that position. So we must just not be drawing it. So there's nothing actually being drawn. So game board content, render for tree simulation. Ah, look, it's just rendering nothing. It's not able to get this. It's a similar thing to the sprite sheet editor's preview. Not the sprite sheet editor, sorry, the game board editor's preview. It's literally the same, really. Except the position. What I might do is just 0 this. I'm going to go auto tree is data tree simulation, and then we're just going to go tree tick. We have the position, and the Z. Get rid of that. Okay. Let's see if we just get this tree drawn in at 0, 0. Play. Come on, link. There we go. So it's taking quite a lot of time to build, because it's building all the brushes every single time. Eventually that won't happen. Okay, so still not seeing anything. Ah. Let's see if it's in the right place. It should get drawn. It might not get drawn in the right place. Oh yeah, it does. So let's just draw some floor in. Right. So there's a lot of leaves. It's doing a lot of draws there. It should be a single draw call. Let's check it loads back up again. I'll just open it in pics and check that. Should be 2 draw calls. 1 for the ground, 1 for the tree. And that's all of the actual brushes done, I think, so far. So we can move on to all different things. Cool. So a quick look then. So that's the ground, that's the trees. 2 draw calls. And they're not very significant. The drawing of the trees is actually very, very fast. It's just the simulation of the leaves that's quite slow. Okay, awesome. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to work on next, we've got paint content. Paint content I think can disappear now. Stamp content can also disappear. We have new calls for that. Which are much nicer, much smaller. So it's going to be called stamp content and paint content. Whoops. This is not for me. This song. Okay. So this can go away. See what's mental, right? It's the both call in paint content. I think. So really this is just like if less mouse button is down. Problem is that like this one stamps it once. This one keeps stamping it until the left mouse button is released. So paint content needs to know how to call the painter. Based on the type of paint mode it is. So we can say paint mode is equal to stamp and not we need the window really. Canvas, get input window. Left mouse button just down. Return. So if it's stamping and the left mouse button is not just down, we return. That's one way we could do it. We'll do that like that for now. Which means we just have to say if the left mouse button is down, paint content. And then we need to fix up these things. We need to be able to put some sounds into the level. Animated rigs. A prefabs, animated rigs, sounds. But I want a kind of a more generic, like that is special cased on stamp. I want to be able to basically go, can paint content based on the paint mode. Dinick, hey, how's it going? I'm used to seeing a lot of types of pointers. But all I'm seeing here are references. Mostly references. The arrows that you're seeing, like here, are not pointers, they are optionals. Have you heard of standard optional and things like that? Standard optional of something. So what you do is it allows you to see if it exists first, and if it exists you can actually call into it with a pointer, with the arrow. But the thing's not a pointer, it's just the arrow's been overloaded. There's no pointers really, mostly. Not seeing much unique pointer or shared pointer. No, there's no pointers really. Nothing like that. Like no pointers at all. Any reason for that? I suppose there are a few architectural reasons. So if you have, say, like a raw pointer, then you're not really sure about memory ownership. So if I do want to pass raw pointers around, I have something called a weak pointer of something and a strong pointer of something, which are pointers, they're just pointers. But if you get, say you receive a weak pointer out of a function, it just says you don't own that memory, therefore you don't have to free it or you don't have to worry about it. But you shouldn't store it anywhere because it's weak, meaning it could just immediately disappear. Strong pointer is the opposite, so it's like if you receive a strong pointer you need to store it and then you need to free it. That's only in some cases. So like Where does this? So here I'm doing cc get texture array. This returns, well, cc get, just get content. Find the right call. Which goes into the content cache, right? And the content cache has in it pointers to all of the different types of content, but it's all kind of hidden. So what you actually receive back here, well, you actually receive the reference, the optional reference, which you shouldn't cache anyway. But what cc get receives is the weak pointer, meaning that like it's not a cacheable pointer. If you're going to call cc get to get a texture array, you have to use it there. You can't store this. Just so happens that the content cache is probably not going to reallocate that pointer, so it's going to be fine. But the general rule of thumb is if you receive a reference or you receive a weak pointer, you don't store it. So everything, when pointers do happen like that, it's kind of hidden because this actually receives the reference. cc get returns an optional reference of an asset type, depending on what asset type you're wanting to get, which is like standard optional of a reference. So you don't have to actually worry it when you're using the API, but pointers do happen under the hood, but they're all kind of hidden away. So in like my day-to-day coding, I don't really use them. If that makes sense. So like here, see, this is just like get a texture out of the content cache. This is actually an optional reference, but you know, it could return like a unique pointer or something if the API was written differently. Use auto a lot. Yeah, I do. Like sometimes you like have to use auto, like cc get kind of like this kind of, well, I don't know if this does actually have to use auto. Unfortunately, Visual Studio's having like the IntelliSense is not working very well at the moment. It needs rebooting. I don't tend to use auto and return types of functions really. That's just the way that happened to be. Most of the time I will actually put a proper type there. That's just the way that happens to get written. But like the rest of them have proper return types. Alright. So, just want to check that I can actually stamp these in without spamming the yeah, that's good. So I also need to be able to select them. I need to hook that code back up again. But we'll do that in a sec. So I want kind of like a general test if the painter can get fired. So I'll just do this. I'll just say template e game content paint mode, and then we just want to go struct can paint content. I wonder if I can actually do this on a method. Can paint. Hey, all right. Like I will use pointers when they need to be used, but it doesn't happen very often. Can you do this? I don't know if I've done this before. GPU budget change, that like VRAM reserved increased. Yeah, so the hang on 1 second. So you can do this, which is good. So DirectX will call the graphics, will call the renderer essentially, or Windows will, and say this is your GPU budget. So how many gigabytes of texture memory you've got. And that could change at any time through the length of the game or the engine. So if I was to fire up like Red Dead 2 or something, I would get signaled by Windows to say Red Dead 2 is coming online. You need to reduce your texture budget by a lot because Red Dead 2 is about to load a load of textures onto the GPU. And if you don't actually respond to that request, Windows will just stall your game. So when I'm getting those messages, that's just me getting an indication of when that's happening. Like that warning went in before I think I wrote the part of the renderer which restricts it to a budget. Then I just kept the warning in. Now it will restrict it. I think it does restrict it to a budget when that warning fires, and it will start evicting stuff off the GPU. But it's something you kind of need to handle if you're doing DirectX 12. I think in DirectX 11 it does it for you. It manages that for you. I'm not sure about Vulkan. Okay, so now the reason I'm going to do it this way is because if I put a new paint mode in, I will get a compile error that this has not actually been implemented. If I was to switch on this, pass it in as a value there and switch, it wouldn't be a compile error, which means I would maybe forget to do it. So this forces the compiler to error if I ever put a new one of them. And then I can just test it here. I can just say if not can paint content enum value return. So now if I put a new enum value here, say I wanted a different one, different type of paint mode. Like, I don't know, it could be like maybe with a pen, or maybe some kind of, could be anything really. It would compile, be a compile error that I hadn't implemented this, which I kind of prefer, I think. So this, if it's stamping, it's just down. This is if it's down in general. So we need to actually pass in the canvas. So when I stamp it, I just want to stamp it when the left button is just down. But when I'm brushing, it's when the left mouse button is being held down. And then I put this dummy one here because then I can control the actual error message that is emitted by the compiler. It'll just say that campaign content for this paint mode has not been implemented. Maybe a compile error. Different type of canvas. See there it says, oh, that's a different error. So if I did something like splat, you see there, well, it's picking up a different error. I'm saying I do this all over the place, but if I was to fix that error, it would compile all, I would get compile errors for all the places that I actually needed to implement code to make splat work, which I think is good for extending the code. Just let the compiler tell you where to write code. That error it was doing there. It was saying there was no preview implemented for that type of brush, paint mode, sorry. Okay, so if this works, I'm gonna have a 2-minute break. All I should see is that I shouldn't be able to, like, when I'm stamping down content, I shouldn't be able to just like spam it and have loads of content appear as I move the mouse. It should just only happen when the left mouse button goes down. Actually, I also need to remove that because we handle that. No. So what you'll also see is I have a lot of code that works on types rather than concrete objects. That tends to be the way that I code as well. Because then you don't have to instantiate objects. You're just doing it with the type itself rather than the object. For each type my function. Yeah, that's right, yeah. It is coming into C++ 26 actually. Not in this type of way. But you say you had like that. If you wanted to go through these, you'd have to go through each type in T. And then you get each one by one. So first you get the float in, then you'd get the float, and they'd all be in X. So this is a case where you have to use auto because it represents different types every time. But in C++ 26, you can do template for auto X in T. I think that's the syntax, which is obviously much nicer. This requires that you have a constructed object of T. So if this was like foo, and foo didn't have a default constructor, this wouldn't work. You couldn't construct that. So this one is a little bit different. This one means you don't have to construct them. So you go for each type like that. Const auto X. And now X is not an instance of these. X is a little 1 byte wrapper, which means you can get the type out. So you can say using T that's the syntax for it. So this is first it's an int, then it's a float, then it's a foo, but you didn't construct anything. So this will work even if you don't have default constructors, or you don't want to construct it. Maybe it's very expensive to construct a foo. Maybe it like loads things in from disk and stuff like that, and you don't want to have to construct it. So there's two different types, and as far as I'm aware, this isn't in C++ 26. They need to do something else for that. Syntax is confusing, yeah, it is quite confusing. You just get used to looking at it, really. You could probably, to be fair, do that. Skip that bit out. The decay, well, you couldn't actually. The decay moves the const and the pointer off the type. The reference off the type. That's what the decay does. So that'll be a const int ref the first time. Then when you do decay, well, it won't, in this case it'd be the wrapper. So it'd be a wrapped const int ref. When you do a decay, it'll just be a wrapped. So no, first time it'll be a const wrapped int ref. The second time, when you do the decay on it, it'll just be a wrapped int. And then when you do type, that'll just be int. So this just turns this into an int. But this all happens at compile time. So one of the reasons why you do it is because there's no execution. Like there's no CPU cycles to do this. The compiler will just generate lines of code for each type in there. So none of this happens at runtime. But it is confusing. That's one of the C++'s problems, is that it's kind of super duper confusing to look at until you get used to it. But you do get used to it if you look at it long enough. Spend enough days looking at it. And I'm not sure if you can do a similar thing in C#. You probably can. You can probably just work with types rather than with concrete objects. And obviously just working with types has the benefit of speed. You know, the program is fast because a lot of this stuff is just done at compile time for you. So when you're executing the code, it's already all done. The works are done, put into the executable already. But yeah, one of the ways you can get performance speed ups, I suppose, do is that a double function, paint double over here. So this is like make a painter and then call the call operator on it. So this is like an anonymous class. Basically, make one, call the call operator. So a painter, which is a type of content painter, has the call operator that you can overload. This is kind of a way, it's kind of like method overriding in object-oriented programming, kind of. But instead of having a class hierarchy that evaluates at runtime, it's a class. It's not really a hierarchy. It's a set of types that evaluate at compile time. So there's no vtable. There's no like. This just immediately calls the type. It doesn't have to go through a jump table at runtime. And the benefit is it's faster, obviously, because there's no vtable, and also. What was the other thing that I was going to say? Oh yeah, you can make the compiler error if you don't have the thing implemented, which you can't do. Unless it's pure virtual, then you'll get an error. So you can make the compiler help you implement, like extend the functionality. So this is like, this can paint content with the enum value. It's obviously got several different it's got two different implementations, one for stamp and one for brush. And it's evaluated at compile time which one to use. Okay. And then if I brush or flooring, okay, cool. So now what do I want to work on? Maybe selecting them again. So this needs kind of clearing up as well. This is the focused ID. Set focus content. Yeah. So the question is, do I get this working with what we currently have here, or do I rewrite this? Figure out how it works first. Intersecting sprite content. Intersects cursor with world. So it uses the content cache and it finds the collision. So I don't think we actually store collision in the brushes. Which we probably need to do actually, so we'll probably do that next. So the collision is usually just the alpha channel. Okay, we'll do that. Yeah. So content source, collision path, and that's by data path, under data path. What we need to do to generate collision in each of these brushes is extract the alpha channel out of the texture and save it. Probably, what do I want to save it as? It's not ever going on the GPU, so we'll probably just save it as a bitmap, I would say. Okay. So we want generate brush thumbnail. We want another type of class then. So we want generate brush thumbnail for image. We want to generate brush collision. we could probably get away with exactly the same. Yeah. It's going to be kind of interesting for animated, like framed animations. Are we going to generate the collision for that? We'll get there. We'll get there. It's going to be a lot more simple than generating the thumbnails. Okay. Oops. What happened there? So this is just generate brush collision image, brush images 0. When does this happen? Okay. So let's just see if we end up in here. And Branco, one of the reasons why you do it in a call operator as well is that you could pass it into something like standard function and have standard function call it later. It would be compatible with the type erasure function calling things as well. So that's why I would overload the call operator rather than like a method, specifically pick a method name. Which means it can be used as a callback if you want it to. Yeah, it might be. I am definitely sure you can overload the call operator in C#. I don't know how it translates to lambdas though. You have to have a look into that. Oh, bless you. Like one of the nice things is you can have like array of int i's 1, 2, 3, right? And then because call operators are really just lambdas, you can do things like auto big i's equals i's where then you can say like ag is greater than 2, so that'll be like three and 4. So you could do that, or you could have some. So that's like a this would be a lambda. So what would it look like in real life? Copy from if x is greater than 2. So this is a lambda, which I'm sure you have in C#. So copy from i's into big I's if I is greater than 2, which means it'll copy 3 and 4 over. But what you could actually do is this could just be some like class. So you could just pass in a class. So it could be just class called like is even. I'm not sure if the same is true in C#. There isn't a way to do it. So yeah, you can wrap lambdas up in classes essentially. Give them names. Give them names. So the other thing where I'm doing this thing is called template specialization, where I'm doing like where it's the compile time overrided function. So if you look at template specialization in C#, says it's brittle, doesn't copy, doesn't cover every possible usage. Yeah, so that's kind of just like templates, isn't it? That's not template specialization. Maybe it is just a C++ thing. So you can specialize whole classes, like here, or on the, where was it? The campaign content, just specialize actual functions. So I'm not even sure in C# you can't just have functions, can you? You can't have free functions in C#. All right. So this class essentially now should just get called for every single type of brush that we want to make collision for. So if the channel count, if image.get channel count image, oh there is no image, auto image equals images index. Probably want to say index is greater than equal to images, return. I can't do it. Get the image, and then we want to go channel count equals image.get channel count. If CC is not equal to 1, CC is not equal to 4, return. It has to be 1 or 4. channels. I don't think we support 2 channels, one with alpha in it. I don't think. So what do we want to do? We want to go opt_ref image alpha image. I'm going to say if cc is equal to 1, alpha image is equal to the image. So it is just the alpha channel, right? Else we need to copy out the alpha channel. Copy channel into some kind of buffer. So we're going to go image so we need to know if we can just generate a raw image. How do we generate? Image generators. We don't really have anything to just construct a raw image. Right. Image equals image. Width, height, channel count. Image dot width. Image dot get height. Channel count. Bit depth. There's a bit depth as well. Channel count and bit depth. So maybe we only want to do it with 8-bit as well. So we're going to say auto bit depth equals image.get bit depth. Oops. Bit depth is not equal to 8, return. I might actually call this the source image. So that's just bit depth. So we want to copy. We'll do img.clear, and then we want to copy. Which channel do we want to copy? Channel 3, I think. Get pixels. Get size bytes. What's the problem? Oh. Then we just want to go alpha image is the image. and then we'll go, if not alpha image, return. And then we're just going to save it. We'll just say alpha image dot write to file, just for testing. I'm going to save it as a BMP, and the path test.bmp. We'll just see if we start getting some alpha channels out. There is and. So they're all CD. CD is like the fresh memory tag, meaning that the memory is untouched. So if we clear it, it all goes to 0. And then we're going to copy it's only one channel. Get that the wrong way around. Oh, yes, it's source image. Copy into image. See, there's a pointer use there, look. They do crop up. Okay, so look at test. Don't actually know what this image was. Ooh, what's it gonna load it in? Photoshop? Never. There we go. So that's just the word light. But it's 2-channel image. Did it save it as a 2-channel image? 481k is quite big. Maybe it didn't. Let's try that again. There's a 1-channel image. There is only 1 channel. See if it loads it actually back in as a single channel. I don't know if you can force BMPs to be 1 channel actually. It might need to be a different image format. 4 channels. So we'll try TGA. I think TGA can. There we go, 1 channel count. I don't know if it's in Photoshop. Individual Studio. Oh, you can't see. It like gives it 3 channels. Let's open it in. Let's open up in Photoshop then. It's loading it back in as 1 channel. I just want to save it as one channel because obviously it'd be a much smaller file. It is grayscale, yeah, cool, okay. So that's it. We just need to know, so that generates it for an image. We do want to write it to some kind of file. We just need to know what file we want to call it, what we want to call the file. We've already actually we should at this point have already given it the name. So it should be brush dot collision path. So I'm going to say auto path is equal to brush collision path paths index. That's just path there like that. Probably just don't want to do that till down here though. And we'll actually make that a reference. Okay. So this can be straight up reloaded back in as an image when we're testing it does accept TGAs. So we need to it's a TGA file. This is a generating collision for framed animation. Generate brush collision. Probably just call this collision, really, rather than collision path. I'm reluctant to call it data. I'll do that. Tree. So collision on the tree. I think it'd be literally be here. I'm not going to do one on every single article. So that would be crazy. Okay. Collision for animated rigs. Yeah, I don't think we could generate it. Let me generate the thumbnail. Possibly. So we do generate brush thumbnail for animated rig. That would actually generate a picture of the animated rig. We could generate collision on that picture. Or do we actually just want to test collision? How do we actually test collision for animated rigs? Anyway. And we actually have a routine to intersect the cursor with the animated rig. So we don't actually need collision data for animated rigs. For sounds, we do. So we will do set up all these names. Collision. Okay. So the collision path, collision path. Audio icon small. So what we want to do is we want to go generate brush collision for image. Brush image 0, I think. We don't have the brush yet. Nuke Bird, hey, still rocking. Yeah, still going strong. Still having a good time. Hope you're doing all right. Just working on brushes, making brushes for the editor. Oh, lovely. That's good. If not, file exists collision path. So I'm making collision for brushes at the moment, which isn't pretty straightforward really. I'm going to load it. Don't think we actually do need to pre-multiply the alpha for this. We want to do generate brush collision image. So we don't actually have the brush. Yeah, so that actually has to happen down here. Brush. All right, cool. I wrote the BC7 encoder myself. No, that is BC7E. This third party thing here. So I think this is an Intel library. I think. Or binomial LLC. Maybe it's not Intel. Maybe Intel use it. I can't remember. I hypothetically understand that some formats can be decoded straight on the GPU. So I wonder, did you notice any load boost to compare with JPEG PNG? So the benefit that I see is actually on the CPU side, because I can write DDS textures to disk, and when I just load them directly in as binary and then send it to the GPU. Whereas if you were loading in JPEG PNG, you would need to go through the rigmarole of decompressing it all. I haven't noticed anything actually on the GPU. I think it's meant to be the same speed as just sending raw data, I think. Yeah, PNG, like I don't actually use JPEG, but PNG especially is slow, I've found. At least the readers that I have been slow, quite slow. And I don't use much PNG either. I use PSD as the raw image format for the editor. So everything's just done in PSD files. So I can like draw stuff in Photoshop and then save it and it automatically updates in the editor. And obviously you can't just send PSDs to the GPU. It wouldn't know what to do with it. But yeah, massive speed increase, just not having to decompress something on the CPU side. Support PSDs, yeah, that's it, yeah. Get decoded faster, yeah, okay. Overall loading speed, loading speed off disk, if that's what you mean, is much faster with DDS. Because it's just a memory copy onto the GPU pretty much. But yes, I use PSDs for a bunch of things. So just standard sprites, But I also have little tricks where I can make distance fields out of sprites, so that's how I do the lighting. And then I can do these things called alpha some such thing or other. Alpha flow. So I can like draw a line in Photoshop and then load the PSD image and then alpha flow over the line so it gets from darker to light. I suppose you could do that with any image really. So it goes from darker to lighter in alpha, so you can actually animate lighting effects over paths. And then you can split it into different layers in Photoshop. So I can load each layer individually and alpha flow individually on each layer. Do you know what I mean? Because Photoshop's split into layers, Photoshop files. So you can do all sorts of really cool effects. So that's why. Use lossless DDS. I don't think DDS is lossless. It's definitely lossy. I'm pretty sure. Okay. So you can't do this. I wonder why you can't do this. Or like use the initializer list itself, but whatever. Okay. Right. So have a just quick look at. So that's basically it, I think. So have a just quick step through, just check it's doing what we think. That's an animated mesh anyway. Okay, so this should generate the collision for the audio icon. So it's loading an audio app. Let's just get 2 sprite sheets. Lossless stuff. Yeah, maybe. So I know that, like, I'm pretty sure the advice that Microsoft give is UI, it shouldn't be DDS. But then other assets can be DDS. I think that's probably because of the lossiness of it. So UI might, because UI is obviously the thing, like it's got like glyphs in it and stuff like that. I think. I'll ask Google. I'll ask Google. So it says lossless like A8. A8. ALL8. Yeah. It's these particular ones that I use. And DXT7 as well, I think it's called. It says some uncompressed or lossless DDS formats exist. Doesn't say what they are though. Yeah. Cool. Only lossless for 1 to 2 channels. I think it is just generally lossy. So that all these are all lossy. So you could probably store a DDS file with no compressed data in it. But if you want to actually compress it using the DXT compression algorithms, they are lossy, I think. I believe. Normal maps can be tricky. Yeah, that's right, yeah. And a good one for floating point, single channel floating point 32-bit textures, I don't think is supported. Which I use for lighting, my lighting stuff. So I had to write my own format for that. Okay, so let's have a quick look then, see if we get all of these compression. Yeah, no problem. It's so much, isn't there? It's impossible to remember absolutely everything. The question is, will this take ages? Oh, we crashed though. Unload brushes. I wonder what that is. Let's just rebuild it first before I investigate the crash. So did we save them all out? Compiled brushes, collision, oops, collision. There we go, it's all the collision brushes. They can look all correct. It even generates it for every frame in the framed animation. So now I just have to get around this crash. Just didn't load the brush files properly. Depends if the brush files even got saved properly. Let's just check. Collision. Yeah. So it does take a while to generate these brushes now. It takes a few seconds. I do have a little thing that I have turned off though. Hopefully it means it will only generate brushes that have changed each time. You should speed it up a lot. Didn't crash that time, so it was just a build thing. So now we have collision for all these, which means in theory I can put my mouse over and tell if I'm touching it. So I have to implement that now. So we'll put a barrel on. Save that. And then we'll do the collision. KTX2. Ooh, cool. So this is the Vulkan version. This is what you would do with Vulkan. Or would it work with any GPU? I don't think it's tied to any GPU. Oh, great, okay. Might have a look at this then. I am looking for a compressed 32-bit floating point texture, single channel. There is one here. Thanks very much, it's awesome. Hopefully you can compress them in code rather than on a command line. I'm sure you can. And does the GPU decompress them automatically as well? Oh yeah, look, they have it all here, look. Even using the 2-spot floating point. Do they support single channel 32-bit floating point though? That's what I want to know. It will be fast. Okay, cool. Well, I'll put that on the bookmarks there and have a read. Super compressed. Not just compressed, it's super compressed. Cool. Thanks very much. Awesome. All right, so game board editor then.
Sorry.
Oh, Siri's talking to me. Sorry. I said sorry, not Siri. All right, so how does this work then? We can simplify all of this, I'm sure. I'm just going through kind of a big refactor, you know, of the game board editor as well as the content cache. Set focused content. So this just goes through a big thing where it's like, give me the front smallest thing that the mouse is over, I'm sure it is. Sorts it by the area, I presume. It's the first candidate. Adds an input box and tests it. So we could actually speed this up, I think. Well, not speed it up. We can actually make it a little bit simpler. Because they're all just going to be brushes now. Rather than sprite content, prefab content, animated rig content, sound content. They're all just brushes. Which is awesome. Alright, I'm going to have a 2-minute break and then we'll get started with this. Alright, sorry about that. I spilled some coffee. Had to clean it up. I just remembered that before we do this intersecting thing, I haven't actually implemented stamping grass in, which I want to do. So that is right, so we can actually probably turn back on this thing. Will there's no old brushes then, so this deletes the brush file. Does it delete the actual associated files with the brush as well? Because the brush file points to other files now that need to be deleted. That might be actually happening in the content browser. Oh, I have to delete underlying files. We've got a thumbnail, data and collision. There we go. So we will just delete all these brushes. Okay. I just want to see. So we haven't changed anything to do with brushes. So in theory, we should never get here. Because we return out of here all the time because there's no old brushes on. There's no old brushes. Yeah. It's gone past this point in code now because I can see by the messaging. Right. So what we need to do is stamp grass on to the level. So you can brush grass onto the level, but there might be some occasions where I just want to stamp a couple of pieces of grass on, hide things or whatever. Or I need to, grass is kind of pseudo-random in where it's placed. I might want to place some grass exactly in a place. So like right now, you can brush it on. But what I wanted to be able to do is stamp it on, and you can't do that. So how do we get to do that? Content painter for grass stamp. So we'll watch this code. So what it's doing is it's stamping it as if it was a normal sprite. Which in theory should be fine. That should be fine. But it's not working. So it's saying data is empty. Okay, so it is probably getting stamped in. I don't know if we want to leave data as empty, because the data type is kind of how I tell in this file what the brush is, what type of data it is. So I might just delete it, and then I'm actually stamping sprite sheet normal. So I can do brushes, index, set data, sprite sheet normal. Can I just do that? And then at least I will see that it's a sprite sheet normal. I can't do that. It needs to be content brush data, and there is no normal content brush data. So I'm gonna put normal, and then We want struct. Normal sprite content data, of which there is nothing in it. I don't think we actually need to do any reflection stuff. So now we just basically need to assign that. And we do need to reflect it. We do need to reflect it. There's just no members. Whoops. I don't think we have to define. Come on. The members. We'll see. So it should just be maxed as normal, which will be good. You do need layout members. Do like a little concept for that to say we don't actually have to implement. No, it'll be fine. It just doesn't do anything. Oh, I think he just really wants to select. It just doesn't do anything. Oh. Tonight I'm going to get Visual Studio working on my new computer. That means hopefully tomorrow's stream will be on the new computer, which is a lot faster than this one. Compile times are like, well, they're not that fast. They are very fast though compared to this. This takes like a minute and a half to compile the whole engine, and I think the new computer takes about 20 seconds, which I'm looking forward to. Right, so new layer. And then select a blade of grass, stamp it, and then we save it. It's not being rendered. I think it is in the level. Oh, it's called itself a sprite window. That's probably because I have not implemented the... Oh. So it's called itself a sprite window. Which technically is... Grass is the sprite window? No, I don't think so. Right, so what happened there? Why did it call itself a sprite window? Ah, look, it's not built. Let's try that again then. Build it properly. So we can have a quick look at the content. The renderer, the sprite sheet normal. So So it's probably being sent through the grass renderer. That's why it's not rendering for some reason. Maybe. It's nothing to do with grass content. Well, the brush probably has grass content data. That's probably what's happening. It's being sent through the grass tile renderer, and it's not grass. We're just treating it as a sprite. I mean, it should kind of be grass though, shouldn't it? It should. The thing is, if I just treat it as a sprite sheet tile, it won't blow in the wind. Okay. So it's a little bit more complicated. Grass currently blows in the wind. If I treat it just as a normal sprite sheet tile, it'll just be a static tile. And that's kind of not what I want. Okay. I'll just check that this is actually saving it as a normal one. Normal sprite content data. Cool. So with grass then, with actually stamping grass, we can't do this. There. There we go. So when we brush grass on, here it is. I think when we stamp grass on, it's pretty similar. We'll copy it. And we'll just let me preview. And we'll just change the bits that need to change. So there's no testing if left mouse button is down. We find the instance. And we empty the cells. And then what we want to do is just add a single cell. At brush position. I believe. What does add cell do? It's just got a hash and a position. That's all it is. So we don't need this. So is it current grass? Cells. Add. Grass cell. Hash and a position. Okay, Sai, hey, how's it going? Hope you're doing alright. So I think we're just gonna go the hash is hash 32 of the brush position, and the position is the brush position. I think that's it. I think that's all we do. Don't have to worry about density. Don't have to worry about radius. Try that. Yeah, I'm just working on stamping grass into the level. ASI. So you can paint grass into the level. But you can't just like stamp one grass blade, and you might want to do that for some things. You might want to really like bespokely place grass blades. Clothes look intense. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it might be a lot to look at, I suppose. C++ is quite a lot to look at in general, though, isn't it? So I can pick a grass blade and then just stamp it down. Okay, let's see if that actually works. See if we can see it. Oh, we have some GPU problem there. Can't see it though. So this is like drawing the grass then. So it's a warning. Okay. Let's see why we would be getting that then. Draw grass texture in world. Because it's drawing it with literally one vertex and it doesn't like that. Vertex buffer slot not, it's not big enough. Okay. Still learning Python. I did fall in the beginning. I got burnt out because I used all my fuel in 2 or 3 days. Yeah. Implemented to learn 2 hours a day. More efficient. Starting to be very fun. Yeah, that is the big trick. That coding has a tendency to give you cotton wool head. It's like you're doing a lot of intense thinking all the time, and that takes a lot of stamina. And you have far more success just doing an hour a day, or 2 hours in your case, than doing it 10 hours a day. It's definitely a marathon rather than a sprint for sure. Yeah, if you can get into that way of learning, that's the way you'll be doing coding in years to come if you do that. How's the Python going? Yeah. It's quite hard to be disciplined to stop as well, because especially if something's not working, it's very hard to like walk away from the computer. But often you might walk away from the computer and within 10 minutes you've actually thought of the solution. So it is very beneficial. Started again 3 days ago. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, I quite like Python. I did quite a bit of it at uni. So the mesh's index buffer has got one index in it, which is 0, because the grass blades are just one vertex. Which is that in it. That's literally drawing one vertex. So the index buffer apparently isn't big enough, it's saying. Let's get to the end draw. So it's here. No, where is it? Where do we get this error? There in post-process. Interesting. I've been doing human work. I don't think you could get a dog to do this work. It's good work though, it's fun. So I'm having a strange DirectX error at the moment. I bet I've never tried. So all I'm trying to do is draw one vertex. And that is, it's a warning rather than an error. So it's the blit there. Vertex buffer is not big enough. Oh, right. I know what's going on. We've bound a vertex buffer with one vertex in it, and then we're now drawing 4 vertices. I don't want a vertex buffer to be bound here. So how do you do that? My work right now is not losing my mind. Oh man. Also, what helped me now is kill off the massive expectations of myself and the imaginary advanced self. Just be proud of little progress, and that's way more fun, and by no time you will do well. Yeah, exactly. There's always people better than you, but there are always people that are worse than you as well. Unless you are the best programmer in the universe. Someone will be. But it's not me, or you, or anybody really. It's your own personal journey. For sure. Are you better than you were yesterday? That's all you need to concern yourself with. Do you ever have those days where you spend all day on just 1 or 2 bugs and it's agonizing? It's very rare. I'll give you... So, the better you get at it, the less of those days you'll have. You learn to write code that allows you to find bugs easy. You just learn that the more you do it. But yeah, I've had them for sure. But it's rare these days, which is good. Do you think the best programmer in the world still has weaknesses? Yeah. Oh yeah. And I don't think the best programmer in the world is the same person any particular time. I think it changes all the time. But the point is you judge against yourself, not against anybody else. You don't moan because your art is not as good as Leonardo da Vinci. You just don't do that. You just look at the art that you did a year ago and you're like, oh yeah, I'm better than I was. I think a project needs a team that's efficient in completing tasks. Don't see coding as a solo thing. It's both. One of the beauties of it, it's both. And you can do whatever you want as well. You know, you can work with a team, or you can do it on your own. And they both have like benefits and drawbacks, I would say. As a solo, you'll be alone with weaknesses. With a team, you're more efficient, but it depends what you're creating. If you never talk to anyone about it, you might end up spending longer on a weakness than you would if you had someone show you. That is true. But I think you also get better at overcoming problems on your own, which leads you to like unique styles. So yeah, there's drawbacks and benefits of both again. If you were with a team that solves your problems for you all the time, then you don't get much practice at solving your own problems or implementing your own ways of doing things. You just do the team thing. If you were a rapper, what slogan you be? It's Ben in the booth. Don't get me to rap. Not live on stream, please. Criticism is good. Yeah. Streaming's been good for me. Like letting people see my screen has been good. You know, for my own coding confidence, I suppose. And you get criticism, which is good. I like that. Yeah, so what's happening here is we're drawing 4 vertices. And so the vertex buffer's only got 1 vertex bound to it. Yeah, basically. So what we need to do, this is actually a bug that's been there. It's not really a bug, it's just DirectX telling us we're doing this. It says this is okay. I love how the server bursts these messages. It's like, this is okay. Reading off the end of the buffer is defined to return 0. However, the developer probably did not intend to make use of this behavior. It's like, you don't know that. You don't know that, mate. But whatever. So when we need to make one of these, we actually need to unbind the vertex and index buffer. And I just have to remember how to do that. Can you just set that to be null? Let's have a look. Where's the 12 version? So it says it's optional. Let's just try it, see what happens. So in the post processor, DX12 post processor, what's it called? Post process, DX12 post processor. So we do draw. So we have a draw context. So we're going to say draw context. Set, what is it? We need the list. Get command list. Plist. Set vertex buffers. Not null pointer. Plist. Set index buffer null pointer. Is that even gonna work? So we will. Right. All I want to do is execute a vertex shader 4 times. I don't want to actually submit any vertices. So I'm hoping you can do that. You might just say, you're trying to draw with no vertex buffer attached. What are you doing? Yeah, so far so good. Oh, look there. Hang on a second. Oh no, it's fine. I thought the light hadn't got rendered, but I was looking up here. The wrong thing. Okay. So as long as that warning goes... Oh, no. No. So obviously this doesn't do anything. Okay. Unset vertex buffer. DirectX 12. Draw without vertex buffer. Set the impact layout to null. So this is DirectX 11. Why do you do this in DirectX 12? Gotta sneeze 1 second. Oh, come on. There is no set input layout. Maybe it's to do with where are we? Draw. Can I just do one? This might cause a crash. Maybe we do something like this. Didn't crash. That's good. Yes, there is no buffer bound to this slot. Okay. So where are we getting that error? There. In the layout's input declaration. It says this is only a problem if the developer intended to bind an input buffer here, which I did not. What are your thoughts on a brie? I have no idea what that is. Let me know what it is and I'll let you know what my thoughts are. Is it to do with the shader then? Blit. So this is what the shader that's being called. So pipeline, PSOs, blit, full screen blit. Bird-like gladiator with raspberry adornments and an aggressive, expressive swagger. Sounds absolutely awesome. That's what I think of it. That is the correct use of AI, isn't it? I would say. So this is unbinding the vertex buffer. This is what we wanted to do. We're getting a different error now, saying it expects there's one bound. Current input layout declaration references input slot not current input layouts declaration. So what is the input layout? It's like, I'm sure it's the shader. What is this? Allow input assembly input layout. What does that mean? Okay. I'm missing this. So it's saying this app, the app is opting to use the input assembler, requiring an input layout that defines a set of vertex buffer bindings, which is what I don't want to do. Omitting this flag can result in one root argument space being saved on some hardware. So I'm going to omit this flag and see if that solves the problem. Right. Couldn't compile that for some reason. Maybe we just admit that entirely. Yeah, okay. Some unexpected graphics programming. It says the root. Uses input assembler. The root signature does not have that set. Okay. Where is that happening? In the PSO full screen blit. Input layout. Right. Where are we? So the input layout is set. Input layout. SV vertex ID. So this comes in from the shader. This is generated when you compile a shader. So we do need, this is a weird, we do need something here. The default behavior, so yeah, it is just, so it's picking up this. So the graphics desk, where does that come from? Oh no, it might not come from the shader. Maybe. So it's in full screen blit. So let's just desk. Input layout is 0, look. So I want to know when this changes. Ooh. Okay, go back. Not doing any loading of any shadery stuff. Full screen comp, full screen blit. Maybe there's more than one. Full screen blit, composite blend alpha. Ooh, right. Okay. Maybe wrong shader. Yeah, wrong shader. Wrong shader. That's what it is. That does need it. This one, I mean, it doesn't actually need it. But it does if it's composite. Yeah, this might also suffer with the same problem. We'll see. It's this thing. Now, this has never cropped up because I've never really rendered anything with one vertex in the buffer before. Root Dragon, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Okay, so this is Blit. This is Blit. Oh, on full screen comp, it has a bunch of them actually. Okay. I'm just debugging a little graphics. It's kind of a bug, I suppose. So I've discovered if I only have one vertex buffer with one vertex in, there are some warnings that it emits because the processor comes along afterwards and it's drawing 4 vertices, one for each corner of the screen. But the vertex buffer's only previously had one vertex bound. So what you have to do is clear the bound vertex buffers. But if you clear the bound vertex buffers, the shaders complain because you put this allow input assembler layout in and you're not actually allowing it anymore. Basically. Because there's no this means we need to bind vertex buffers, but I don't want to. So I'm just having to rearrange some. So the composite blend for, we can't use composite blend triangles for full screen blitz, I don't think. Because I think composite blend requires I need to find exactly where the input stage, where it says I need to use vertex buffers really. So I'll probably need 2 different actual pipeline state descriptions, one for full screen blitting and one for other things that require a vertex buffer. So we've got input layout is 0 there. Composite blend. So this is the thing here. So now when we're trying to build this PSO for full screen blit, the graphics description has got in it now an input layout, SV vertex ID. Was this related to wind cloth simulation? This is something else. This is me just like placing one blade of grass in the level. And each blade of grass is a single vertex, which is just like the position of the grass. And then the actual GPU builds the grass. So I was just messing about with like placing individual grass blades. You might want to do that if you want to do some like fine editing of grass. But then I came across the bug. Like it's not... You're never going to have a level with just one vertex in it. But I thought I may as well make it work properly. So that's kind of right. So where is... What I want to know is... where this is coming from. It's apparently being set... Oh look, the input layout's coming from the vertex shader. That's what I wanted to know. But I don't actually want to set an input layout. Here. Yeah, it's not the cloth thing, no. So how do I do this nicely? So this is one of mine. So I could put in here tool has input layer. Sort these out. Off the edge of the screen. So it's the one. It's this. This has input layer. This has input layer. And then when I'm defining the PSO here, we're going to have composite blend triangles, no input. I don't think we actually need primitive topology type, actually. Yeah, that's good. Then this is just going to be VM false as input layout, like that. And we want full screen blit as input layout. As input layout there as well. And wherever we were doing composite blend triangles, there's no input. Full screen blit red. Blit red. Full screen blit red also has no input. Okay, so we need another. So that actually has a format. The other one with the format as well. There. It's just the same, except as input layer. So that doesn't have an input layer either. All right. And then when we're actually making the PSO, we're going to say if graphics desk has input layer, do that. And Millsy, how's it going? Hope you're all right. Right. Don't have anything to do with topology. Triangle. Doing a bit of unexpected graphics programming. So this won't bind an input layer in theory. See if this works. So far so good. Okay. There we go, we don't get any warnings anymore. Didn't put it in the right place by the looks of things. Just putting it there. So we need to fix that. That fixed that little graphics error. So it's putting it in the wrong place. It's either drawing it in the wrong place or placing it in the wrong place. So let's just see. So that this is the barrels there. So it's around about 0, 0 there. It places it over there. But we'll just see if it drew it in the right place or it placed it in, drew it in the wrong place or placed it in the wrong place. So the position is that so I reckon it's this origin thing again. That origin's probably wrong. That's when we generate the bushes. So so this is the tile origin. Now that bit's working because must be the stamp. Just a brush origin. So this is P is paintbrush position minus brush origin, and that's P there. I think that's what it is. There we go. That's it. So we can place individual grass blades, or we can just brush them in. Brilliant. Oh yeah, one thing I do want to check is if it blows in the wind, actually. That was the whole point of doing this, rather than just doing it as a sprite. That's a lot of weed. Yeah, man. Oh, was it grass? So yeah, putting in individual grass blades. Oops. Or painting them. And they are blowing the wind, which is good. Oh. Never tried it. Welcome, Fu Manchu. How's it going? Okay, that's it. Stamp grassing. The little detour to do some graphics debugging and fixing. Alright. So now we can get on with the selecting them grasses again. Or not grass. Select the tile. So how do we want to do this? Because we've got this grass now. I suppose we do want to allow individual blades to be selected or just paint it out. We want both. Just finished lunch. I feel like having a nap. Yeah, that's awesome. If you can. You probably can't, can you? The post-lunch nap is awesome. So if I have stamp selected, I can select individual grass blades. This is what I'm going to go for. Which would be very confusing in a whole bunch of grass like that. But you might want to do it. You might be like, oh, that's slightly in the wrong position. Let's move it over there. Or with brush selected, you can just paint them out again. I think you just hold shift down and it'll paint them out rather than paint them in. What about just a thought? The brush is perfect way to add in. The brush is perfecter way to add imperfections to the brush. Yeah. So you mean have some kind of mask in the brush, and it doesn't stamp there. That would be nice. So you can, the only kind of imperfections that I've got right now is you can lower the density of the brush. For grass anyway, you can lower the density. So a good way to show this might be in here. So you can do this type of thing. So put the density to like 4. And then save it. The density comes in as 4. You can change it actually in the level as well if you want. Or you can set the brush to be 4. Which means it doesn't draw as many. I could set it to like, this might really destroy my computer, this. But you could set it to like, oh, look at that. It's a lot of blades of grass. It's amazing though that it holds up. Like, it's still running at 46 frames a second in debug. See it all kind of like blowing around. Wait for some wind to come through. Here it comes. Mental, isn't it? That's pretty good. 49 frames a second. I mean, yeah. 3 frames a second. Yeah, for painting it, it would have taken a long time to put the actual blades in. But once it's painted, it renders okay. Obviously, you'd never have grass that thick, I don't think. That's like a ridiculous density of grass, isn't it? It is actually kind of trees at the moment that like kill performance a bit. That will need to be worked on. In the actual game, when you're rendering trees in the game, it can simulate all the particles on the screen for every tree together over multiple threads. So it's actually quite quick in the game, but not in the editor. I think each tree is done individually. How was the other Windows 11 computer doing it? So tonight I'm going to put on Visual Studio. I'm going to fix up Visual Studio for it. It's on there now, Visual Studio, but it's not got any of my settings and stuff. So hopefully, maybe tomorrow, maybe I'll be able to use it, be able to stream with it. But the new computer doesn't have a GPU, so I'm just going to put my old GPU in there. But that's fine for stuff like this. But it does have a really good processor, and it has a really good RAM and a really good hard drive. So compiling code should be really nice. Have I tried Rider? No, not Rider. I haven't tried Rider. I've tried Sea Lion. CPU, AMD 9950X3D. So it's like top of the range, like retail processor. And it's very nice. Like I've booted the computer up and it's super fast. And I compiled the code on it. I compiled this code on it. It takes like 15 seconds or something. And on this computer it takes a minute and a half. That's what you're using right now. Oh, nice. It was scary installing the CPU though. It was like blooming heck. They're expensive. But you know, I did some like it runs at like oh yeah, thank you. It runs at like 40 degrees up to about 60, which is quite a comfortable range for that chip, I think. If I bent pins, no. Well, actually, I bent a different type of pin. I bent one of the USB pins, but I managed to like straighten it up and sort it out. But not the CPU pins. The previous Threadripper was still faster to compile. Yeah. So my main goal for this new build was code compilation, rather than within my budget. I couldn't afford a Threadripper, but like I wanted to. Code compilation really over gaming. I'm not playing any super duper 3D games on this computer really. It's just coding and my games, which don't require anything really. I'm going to run my 1080 because that's what I use at the moment, a 1080. I'm just going to keep that, and then I might buy maybe a 4070 next spring maybe. Wi-Fi drive. Oh, really? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the new motherboard has built-in Wi-Fi. Although I don't need it. Because I've got like a direct into the wall here. But I was hoping to like use it to tether my phone to, so I could have Wi-Fi in the room, because there's no Wi-Fi in the room. So my phone's just like, doesn't work. So that'd be nice. And obviously like fast code compilation will be really nice. I love Rider, really good. Direct bridge for debugging, super good. Oh, nice one. Is Rider for C++, or is it just C#? Because I think I've only known it for C#. I tried Sea Lion, which is JetBrains' C++ editor, which was good. Enjoyed that. Didn't stick with it though, because you had to pay for it. I think there's a free version now for non-commercial software, but maybe one day I'll release this game and I don't want JetBrains coming after me. So what, Threadripper 3970X, as soon as it came out. Gets about 4 years. Nice. Feels slightly faster than new Ryzen 9. Cars were slow and okay, yeah. Plus your own engine, yeah. And I'm much more familiar with Visual Studio. Like, I would have just had to set up C-Line exactly the same way as Visual Studio, so there's not really much point. It didn't like changing in the end. But yeah, like, I'd give Rider a go if you can use C++ with it. Give it a go. I don't really have that many complaints with Visual Studio. Really. Use it on UE. Okay, cool, yeah. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll watch some videos on it tonight. So who was it who was on yesterday telling me about the new Visual Studio? Was it you, Woot Dragon? I did watch that presentation. It looks like it's been rebuilt almost, at least the UI, for speed. Now that would be awesome. That would be really good. If you could get it to be as quick as some of these text editors. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I watched that presentation you sent me. So we'll see. Yeah, there's a little clip. So if you go into the Visual Studio YouTube page, it's called Visual Studio VNext or something, but it's just a code name, I think. I don't think it's going to be called VNext. And they just do. They're all about AI, so it was really all about AI. But one of the things they showed was, you don't know how much is true because it's obviously all kind of through a Microsoft presentation, but they gave the pre-build to a bunch of people and they had a lot of feedback of how quick it was, which gives me hope. I'm a fan of the AI direction. Yeah, I mean, they love it. They loved it in that presentation, bummy neck. It was a little bit overkill, that presentation, because it was like, we'll use AI to optimize our code. And all it did was like say, it took ages. It took like a few minutes. And it was like, did you know you could unroll this loop here? And it's like, you would know that anyway, I think. You would be able to just do that quicker than the AI. So I wasn't that impressed by the AI, to be honest. But, you know, maybe more impressed with the, hopefully, concentration on speed. I just use Notepad++ and GitHub Copilot. Oh yeah, I use Notepad++ for that. Oh, thank you for the data stuff. Editing the data. Like having an annoying co-worker looking over your shoulder. Yeah. The new generation of coders, though, that are going to come up are going to be completely dependent on it. Completely. Which will be interesting. Like, I'm kind of completely dependent on having an IDE, where the generation before me would do it all in a text editor. Like, I could struggle along doing it with a text editor, but it would take me a lot longer. I think it's going to be the same. This is going to be the same for the next generation, but with AI instead. Gearing it towards C# and not C++. Woot Dragon, usually they do separate presentations for C++, so they might do some of them, maybe. You know, closer to the release. I'm not mills it. Okay, I'll check it out. Can't see anything yet. Oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah, I misread that. Feel they're trying to deprecate C++. They're trying to do everything, I think, aren't they? And as more things happen, C++ gets a smaller slice of the presentation or whatever. Obviously, games is an enormous part of Windows and Microsoft as well. So I don't think they would deprecate it. Ooh, nice. Very good.
Yeah. A great place for records.
Yeah. It's all going away. Wait until it comes out. Wait until it comes out. I would say Woot Dragon. You know, it's meant to be a IDE for everything, really. So they won't spend that much time on C++, but they do tend to do C++ specific presentations. Give it a few years, yeah. I mean, it's crazy, even if like the last few years has been crazy. Yeah. Okay. So there's a couple of things we could work on selecting things, which might do. Or we can work on painting prefabs into the level. Maybe. You just go over to C-line if that happens. Or something like that. I don't think they will though. Alright. So this is the general area of code that we're kind of tidying up. So all the sprite sheet tiles going to these brushes now. Using this painter thing. I also want to do it for prefabs, for rigs, for sounds. Or because there's not that much time left, we could just try and do set focused content. So what I'm trying to do, as this is getting bigger, is I'm trying to restructure it a little bit so it's easier to add more types of content. Because as this grew organically, like I was like, oh, there's only going to be sprites. And then it was like, okay, well, we'll do sprites and we'll do grass, and then we'll do trees, and then everything just grew. So I'm just trying to restructure it. So if we ever want to add more, it's just easy to do it. And so far it's going well, I think. So we have this thing called intersecting content, which we could change this. We could change this. So the brush instance if it had a bounds in it, well, what would we need to do? We need to so we have to load like the collision and stuff anyway. So we do something like is asset type. Well, let's have a look. Content painter. We'll copy content painter. It's sprite sheet data. That's what we want. Brooked. Intersect content. Don't really know what we'll need. We'll do static assert false. And we want basically for sprite sheet normal, we'll do that one first. So basically, I'm going to say if it's sprite sheet tile content, call intersecting content on it. Find out where we'd want to do that though. In set focus content, so I'm just gonna should remember it's that. So set focus content. So we need to know what layer we want. So let's have a look at paint content. Paint content, there it is. Copy that. So this is for each brush in the level. So we don't need to go through paint mode, do we? Ooh, maybe we... Maybe we do. That would be nice because we could actually... If we're like deleting the grass, we could actually highlight all the grass that's going to be affected. Which might be quite nice. So we'll keep this in. This is like the content paint mode is like whether we're stamping or brushing. So we can have different ones depending on whether we're stamping or brushing. So intersect content, right? We want what is it called? Game content paint mode. Paint mode. Paint mode. I think I might be getting a cold. So this is actually, let's do stamp first. So if the stamp brush is selected and it's a normal sprite, so we want what do we want? Can paint content. We'll get rid of that for now. We will want something like that. So this is intersect content. Intersector, if that's even a word. So we need some stuff. We definitely need the brush. We could just pass all this stuff in. So it would be the same as the painter. Okay. So we're going to get a bunch of compile errors here now. The ones that aren't been implemented. We do eventually want those to be compile errors because that's what's going to help me add new things in the future. When I add a new type of data, it would produce a bunch of compile errors which will tell me what stuff to implement. But for now that's going to be annoying, so I'm just going to turn that off. Get content is not a member of content brush instance. Is it not? It's get data. Apparently. And data has to be a content brush data. Ah, I know. Okay, so it's actually content brush data for these things. Is content brush data actually, and this is sprite sheet tile content, is that correct? I don't think so. Normal sprite content data, that's what it is. I've got a breakpoint there. So that goes there. And it's not sprite sheet data types. It's content data types. Whatever that is. Content brush data types, it's there, it's that one. So we could pass the data in. Maybe. Let's get this compiling first. It's not a member of game board content. Is it not? It's brush get data. So now we have these errors where it's like oh, hang on a second, it's a different type of error. Content brush instance. So this is an instance. The instances that, so the content brushes are the brushes that are used to paint instances. That needs to be like that. So the instances are the things that are actually on the level, on the game board, I call it. There we go. So now we're saying like, we're getting this error now, which just tells me like I don't have one for tree simulation, which eventually I do want. I do want that. But right now, I'm just going to say if const expert is complete intersector, and what that will do is it will just only execute this code if there is one, if there is an intersector written. But eventually I want to remove that. Ooh, didn't work. Maybe it's here. Must be here. That's weird. It's complete is not working. Ooh, I think it's because it is complete. So I think we need to get rid of this for now. There we go. So let's just see then. So what's gonna happen here is set focus content. How is that set? How is that called? It's just called once a frame. So we're calling brush location reset. So I think all we really want... Brush location's eventually going to have to go. Well, whatever. That'll get called. Now, once a frame. Oops. And it just allows us to intersect this brush instance with anything really that we want. So what I want to know is if a brush instance has a bounds. So we need to go to this for it to work. So the brush is, this is the brush instance. It doesn't have a bounds. And of course brushes can be anything really. They might not be bound to a single area. But maybe they can. So what we need to do is test against the bounds. If it hits the bounds, we need to test against the actual collision data. But we don't have the bounds, so I think we need to get the bounds out of the brush, right? So we need to go if auto brush equals cc get content brush dot id. We have brush dot get, yeah, id. How do we get the brush out of the instance? Instance ID. So this is instance really. Okay, so the brush needs to have the bounds in it, I believe. So content brush, we'll do it after origin. Right, and then we do need to actually reload all the brushes. So we need to generate all the bounds for the brushes. So This is just tile bounds. Or world bound even. And in the cases, so that's sprite sheets. Bounds is equal to well, did you do a recti there? Not 120 pixels in world space. So it's actually divided by 2. That. And this is 3.75 for that. That puts it on the top right corner, the origin, but we want it in the middle, so we just divide it by 2. So what we might do actually is 1.875. That's 60. So where in all the places where this is implemented, framed animation, the bounds has got to be tile bounds again. Tree, tile bounds, okay, that gives us the bounds. So now in the intersector, we need to get the bounds. We need to actually offset it by the instance position. So we're just going to go auto bounds equals brush dot bounds translated by the instance position, I think, and then we'll just draw it. So we'll just do canvas, draw quad outline in world bounds, Pixels to world 1. Make it white. Okay. So it should just see a white rectangle around it. If it worked. Nope, we do not. It didn't work. Okay. Not quite that. It's not quite tiled up bounds. It's tile, so tile dot something. I think it's just maybe we need a local bounds. So rect local bounds. Turn rect 0 0 world bounds dot width world bounds dot height, like that. What do we call this? Just local bounds. Rename it to get local bounds. Build, please. There we go. Value dot. Value dot. Okay. Basically it. Let's regenerate these brushes actually. Let's see. So he's drawing it up here. Let's actually regenerate the brushes though. Still not in the right place. They're nowhere to be found now. Okay. What is it? Content. No. Gamebot editor. Here it is. Or maybe actually I've just not clicked onto the brush. No, I haven't. Oh, there we go. So it's the bounds is obviously we need to instance position minus instance.origin. That should work. There we go. So they're the bounds. It should kind of work for all of these now. So put this table in. So what we want to do is when the mouse comes over the top, we can start testing it for per pixel collision. That's what we'll do. So we need to get the actual cursor position. So we'll get the brush. If there's no brush, we'll just return false. And then we'll get the window. Canvas, get input window. If window, well actually we don't need to get the window. Go canvas, get cursor position in world. If not mouse P, turn false. So now we have a cursor. We can get the bounds. We can go if not bounds dot intersect mouse P. Return false. Otherwise we're intersecting. So what we need to do now is actually test the collision. So canvas intersect cursor with texture in world. Is it texture or is it collision? Collision is just so I'm going to go if auto collision the cc get image brush dot collision. well, we'll try and get the collision. If there's no collision, return false. There is collision, so we're going to go auto. We'll just say if canvas intersect cursor with image in world, image world position it wants, which is bounds.xy, the image itself, which is collision. Draw it. Push collision, get path. Also we need the semicolon as well. Just brush get path. What is it? We want W string view, get collision. Return collision, get path this. To just get collision. So if we're not intersecting the mouse, then we just say we're not colliding. Otherwise, we're going to load the collision out, and then we'll intersect that with the cursor in world space. If that intersects, then hopefully we draw that box, and that should be pixel perfect collision on the mouse. Assuming that intersects cursor with image in world, actually that routine works properly. I think it does. Oh, got a crash there. Oh, interesting, look. It's gonna work with 4 channels. We need to make it work with 1 channel then, which is what this texture one does. Can we get TG as a texture? Maybe we can. This is a TGA file. If we just go to editor asset types and we say that textures can be .tga files. See if that works. Let's see if this can be const expr as well. Alright. No, it looks like it didn't load it. No. So it couldn't load it. Construct one. Construct one for texture. Do we have a TGA texture reader? Could do it this way. TGA image reader. Do we have a TGA image reader? We do, don't we? Surely we do. We have a writer. Do we really? Oh, it's STB. So actually, we just do this. Oh, hang on, no. It's not raw texture reader though, is it? It's get texture format. It is raw texture reader, but it's, oh, hang on. Get texture format for the image. This is unfortunately a double copy. It has to load the image and then it has to copy it into the texture. We could write a texture reader. Okay. There we go. So there's no thing, there's no collision, and then we go and touch it, and it collides. Obviously we don't want to show a square. We want to show an outline. That will come. Alright, check that in. That's good. Okay, so okay, that's my alarm. A couple more minutes to stream. So what we want to do is, this returns a boolean at the moment. I think what we need to do is actually return some kind of structure, like this intersecting content, but it doesn't have to be as complicated as that. We do have to test which layer we're on. We only intersect things on the layer that we're currently on. But it should return some kind of structure, and it should probably just be the brush instance ID, the bounds, the brush instance ID and the bounds, basically. Don't need all this stuff. But we might actually work on getting, we need to get the layer out. So we need to check that this instance it has a layer ID. Is the current layer. Game board. What are the layer stuff? Selection layer ID, that's just a thing. Maybe that should be part of the paintbrush. And then we remove selection layer ID from here. Obviously has to be optional as well. There might not be any layers. Okay. It's going to create a few errors. This is paint brush. See how slow it is when I try and I'll edit multiple things at once. What's it doing? Got no hands on the Visual Studio at the moment. Okay. Okay, so build that. So we'll just check that it's on the selection layer ID. And then we'll be good. Okay. Okay. Most of this code that I'm editing now is stuff that's going to get deleted. All right. Intersector. Intersect content. Intersect. So we need to go auto paintbrush equals game board editor paintbrush. So what I'm going to do is friend this. I'm going to go paintbrush selection layer is not equal to instance layer ID return false. So that just means that we should only be able to select things in the selection layer. What's the problem here? Got to write the word friend. Then I'm gonna have to head home. Pick up my kid from school. So good, we're on to selecting everything now. And I can foresee a kind of scenario where if you've got the paintbrush, we're brushing. When you put the brush over the grass, and you hold the shift key, it will tell you could actually render some outline over all the grass to say this is the grass that's going to get deleted. Something like that should be really nice. Because up until this point, you don't know which, it's not clear enough really which grass is going to get deleted. This file is massive now. It needs to come down. It's 5,180 lines. It's too big for me, really. Give it one good test. So the selection layer is grass. This is on the grass layer. Make a new layer. Like floor. If we change it to floor, doesn't select it. That's good. Awesome. Right, that's me done for the day. So I'm back tomorrow about 9:30 morning. See you later.